Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. This is a very special edition, if you will, of as Heidi likes to call it, Friday Night Lights, friendly Fridays that I typically do because I've officially hit 1,000 subscribers. So that's something that has been in the works for a long time. I honestly was perfectly okay that it was taking so long, but I have some really awesome friends like Kat from Kat's Novel Adventures who really wanted me to get over 1,000. And so apparently she's been promoting me for like months, putting my channel in her sprints, trying to get me to 1,000. And it officially happened last night while she was doing her sprints. So again, Kat, thank you very much. It was super sweet of you to do that. And in celebration of the fact that I have hit 1,000 subscribers, I will be doing something a little bit differently tonight. Something that I have never done before, and I am actually going to do two different giveaways. First ever giveaways on the channel. So the first one that I am going to do is to send one lucky winner a copy of The Measure for our book club that Kat and I are doing. We're meeting this month. I believe it's the last Thursday of the month. I'm a little discombobulated right now, so I don't have my calendar with me, but it should be. Hang on, let me look at my computer here. Or no, it's the 23rd. I'm sorry. We're meeting on the 23rd. So it's not the last Thursday. It's the Thursday before that. So the 23rd of April to read The Measure. So you still have plenty of time to do this. And I also want to mention that these two giveaways, because I have to send everything via Amazon to you, is going to be specifically for people who are located in the US and Canada. So I apologize if you're outside of North America. I won't be able to send any of these to you. But for those of you who want one, I will send you a copy of The Measure. Now, the second giveaway that I'm going to do, one lucky winner will have a choice of which of one of 5 books I have picked out, which are some of my favorites that you personally would like to have. So the first option is Year of Wonders by Geraldine Brooks, which is a historical fiction about the plague. I have The Handmaid's Tale, which of course is an amazing classic by Margaret Atwood. I believe everybody should read this book. So if it just so happens to be a book that you have not yet read, I will happily send you a copy of The Handmaid's Tale. I have The Vanished Birds by Simon Jimenez. This was a book that after I read it, I immediately had Keaton read it, and it impacted both of us very much. It is a sci-fi novel. It's quite dark, but it's just so well written and very kind of poetic in a way. I have The Carpet Makers, which is the one and only video review that I've done this year because I love this book so much. I recommend it to everybody. So if you were inspired enough, weren't convinced enough to buy it on your own, and this is the book you want, I will send you a copy of The Carpet Makers. And then, of course, there's also Recursion by Blake Crouch, which is one of my favorite sci-fi books I've ever read. Blake Crouch is an amazingly talented author. I read this and I've read Dark Matter, and I loved both equally. So those giveaways will be done separately after 2 different sprints that we do. That way I can make sure that the winners are, separated out. But that is something that we will be doing. So I hope that makes everybody super excited. And now I am going to go over and see how everybody is doing today. And of course, grab a drink, grab a snack. That's important. And first up is going to be Kat. Kat says, hello, Alex. Hello, Kat. It's good to see you. And Mary says, hello, folks. Congrats on 1K. Thank you very much. Melissa said, congrats. Thank you so much. Mary says, hi to Kat. Anne says, congratulations on 1,000 subscribers. You deserve it. Thank you so much, Anne. You are so sweet. Talkana's here. Hi, Talkana. Good to see you. Heidi says, hello. Hello, Heidi. Talkana says, congrats. Thank you so much. Kat says, hey, Mary and friends in the chat. Jamie says, congratulations on the milestone. Thank you so much, Jamie. Kat says, woohoo, a giveaway. Yes. I'm excited to do this. I haven't ever done a giveaway before. It might end up being something I really enjoy. So we shall see. I think it's going to be fun either way. Kat says April 23rd. Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you. And Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, congrats on your 1,000. Thank you so much. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, happy Friday. I'm popping between your sprints and Kelsey's and doing all sorts of errands. Congratulations on your 1K. Well, thank you so much. And yes, of course, old school. April is going on right now. So, Kelsey is doing her sprints for that right now. So totally okay if you need to like hop between stuff. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, congrats, congrats. So excited for you. Oh, and hello. Thank you so very much. And hello to you. And Eleanor's here. Hi, Eleanor. Eleanor says, bravo, Alex. Thank you. Corin says, hi, Alex. Congrats. Thank you so much. And Anne says, I have 29 years clean and sober today. Congratulations, Anne. That's amazing. Very proud of you. And Melissa says, I'll be working on The Storm Sister by Lucinda Riley. Well, perfect. Oh, yes, of course. I missed, because I was talking so much about the giveaway, I missed telling you all what I'm going to be reading tonight, which really it shouldn't be any surprise. It's going to be Wizard and Glass, the fourth book in the Dark Tower series. And I'm really trying to push to make more progress because Kat got way ahead of me on this one. So I'm very far behind, but I'm currently at page 588. So I'm going to be working on that tonight. And if my brain gets a little tired, I will be reading 100 Hikes of a Lifetime because I'm really enjoying it so far. I will tell you all that hopefully I come across as being like normal acting tonight, but I might be a little bit off because I just had like one of the weirdest experiences I've ever had in my life. So I was working because I didn't have today off. I was working and I got a couple calls from my dad, and my dad never calls me in the middle of the day unless usually something's wrong. So he called me and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And his voice sounded really weird in the phone. And I was like, okay, so what's wrong? And it turns out, and this is going to sound really bizarre, and I know it, but my dad bought a plane. Not bought a plane ticket. He bought a plane and was in the air because he just thought I had the day off today. And he was like, hey, we're going to be landing. Him and my stepmom are going to be landing at this airport. Come over and get us and we'll go to lunch. And I was like, what the ever living hell is happening right now? And I'm still like, it was so unexpected, and I didn't know that he had bought a plane. Like, that was a surprise. The fact that he was showing up was a surprise. The fact that it was unplanned, and I wanted to come back here to do this with you all. I was working and everything. I was just so unbelievably stressed out. So I have a little bit of a headache right now, and I'm feeling quite frazzled. So I think I'm going to be able to relax. I think I'll settle in and everything will be okay. But it's just funny that like on the night when I'm trying to celebrate 1,000 subscribers and I'm like, want to do this giveaway, which is the first time I'm ever doing this. And I was like trying to put mental energy into that. I got completely derailed. So it might end up being a little messy, might be a little chaotic. Hopefully you all can understand. It's just weird. It's a super weird situation. Jamie says, congratulations, Anne. Yes, absolutely. Congratulations to Anne. And Chris says, there is nothing wrong with abnormal acting under the circumstances. Thank you. I thought you were going to say there's nothing weird about Alex acting abnormal, which would also be fair. And Angela said, congratulations, Alex. So well deserved. Keep going. Thank you so very much. And I shall. I'm still working on like what I want, the next video and stuff to be, but I am really looking forward as always to Kat and I's book club because it's just like a super fun thing for us to do. And I always look forward to talking to you all in those because like you have some really great feedback. The last one that we did for our horror novel, The Dark Sisters, was like a super awesome conversation. I shouldn't turn that on yet. It makes me look too orange. All right, and Anne says, finish reading Judge Stone by Viola Davis and James Patterson this afternoon, 5 stars. Viola Davis is such a talented writer. Her autobiography that she did was amazing. And Angela says, congratulations, Anne. And Jamie says, I'll be starting sprints with my daily chapter of The Count of Monte Cristo in the home stretch, currently on page 963, loving it so much. That's awesome. Very happy to hear it. And Jamie says, that is crazy, Alex. What a call. Yeah, no, it was absolutely insane. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Kathy says, hi, guys. Making dinner and unpacking. Dinner is mujadara. Yeah, mujadara, a dish of lentils, rice, and sauteed onions. We'll be reading The Eye of the World tonight. Yay! Robert Jordan. I will be starting those books next year, which I'm looking forward to. Yes, I have to plan it that far in advance. And Kirsten says, congratulations to Anne. Absolutely. And Kat also says, congrats to Anne. And Melissa says, I loved her autobiography. I listened to the audio of her autobiography and loved it. Yes, 100%. She did an amazing job. And Angela says, your dad sounds adventurous. Yeah. Yeah. Kat says, I'll be reading Wizard and Glass until Barry gets home. He's bringing home Chinese for dinner. Oh, that sounds really good. Have some good old Chinese. I ended up having a couple sliders, and that'll probably be the main thing I end up eating tonight, just because I don't have an appetite outside of that, as you can probably well imagine. So I do need to drink some water. I'd swear that I did drink water at the restaurant, but I don't know. I think I was just so stressed that I'm kind of getting like just a little bit of a headache. I think I mentioned that already. But I will get us set up for our first sprint. I want to do the giveaway. I will be doing that after the first sprint. So I'm trying to think, because I'm going to do 2 giveaways. And of course, we typically do 5 sprints. Do you guys want to do the giveaways earlier in the night, or do you want to do them later in the night? I can do them either way. I'm perfectly happy to. I will be flexible. And Melissa says, I'm craving Chinese, but I can't wait for now. And Angela says, orange is my favorite color. Orange is a wonderful color. I don't look good wearing it because it makes my skin like just an awful, awful shade, but I love looking at the color orange. Kat says, I would love to finish Wizard and Glass tonight. Well, I believe in you, Kat. And Kirsten says, has your dad always had a pilot's license, or is that new too? So my dad, before I was born, this is a little bit of a backstory. My grandfather flew planes, and he didn't fly like for commercial airports or anything like that. He had a charter plane that he used to take people around the country in, and my dad worked for him for a time. And so my dad started flying when he was really, really young. The entirety of my life, my dad has not flown, so it had been a really long time. So him like getting a pilot's license, or him like taking classes and buying a plane, in the grand scheme of things, in my opinion, isn't really that weird for my dad. It's more of just the fact that it came out of nowhere, and like he hid it from me for so long. Because the thing you have to keep in mind is he already had the plane. He had just bought the plane when I saw them at New Year's. Like he had got it around Christmas. So he's just been hiding it for that whole time. And what was also really weird too was the fact that after we picked him up and we were on our way to the restaurant, my dad admitted that the original intention when they were going out to fly today wasn't even to come see me. It was just a last minute thing. I was like, what in the hell is going on? And he, I guess, had like taken my uncle out in it. I don't know. It was wild. It was just really wild. And Heidi says, yeah, I'm loving my Wheel of Time reread. I'm listening to a deep dive discussion after each chapter, Wheel of Time spoiler podcast. Oh, fun. That sounds great. Carmen says, Kat, I saw your video. It is fab. Yeah, I just got a notification about your haul video, Kat, so I want to go watch that. And Angela says, reading A Tree Grows in Brooklyn tonight. Dense, slow, great. As long as it's great. And says, I think I'm going to start It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis. It may be too much reality. That's very fair. And Heidi says, early for giveaway. Okay, well, we can do that since Heidi called it first. So The first giveaway that I'm going to do of the two tonight, one lucky winner will get a copy of the measure. Whoever would like to participate, I will do the first spin of the wheel after the first sprint tonight. So go ahead and you can put your name in for it in the comments after we start the sprint, but just be sure to put in there that you're doing it for the measure. So just put your name and just put a dash in for the measure. So I know that that's what you want to be entered for. And then I'll spin the wheel after. And I will also give you all a question for the sprint, which is going to be what is your go-to length of book and what do you average? Or and it can be a guesstimation. You don't have to give me like a very specific detailed number. And Delcana says, finishing up work, then we'll be reading something, or maybe not reading. I'll either be reading or not reading, one of those. The binary, reading or not reading. I love it. Kat says, oh, thanks, Carmen. I appreciate you saying that more than you'll ever know. You are fab, Kat. Everybody knows you're fab. And Heidi says, I will be trying to finish The Man Who Fell to Earth tonight. It's only 157 pages. Perfect. Jamie says you could do one giveaway early and one later. That's true. I will go ahead and do this one early. And Kat says, good idea, Jamie. I agree. And Jamie says, Heidi, how are you liking The Man Who Fell to Earth? And Angela says, I enjoy suspense. So later on the giveaway. Well, I'll do one later then. I'll do the second giveaway before the very last sprint of the evening. So I'll make an announcement of when to put your name in for that one. But yeah, if you want to put your name in for a copy of the measure, go ahead and put it in here and I will get that sent to you. I'll like literally put in the order as soon as you give me your address and everything. So if you end up being a winner, I have an email, like do you call it a company email if it's for YouTube, whatever, alexfrankfiction@gmail.com. And you would be able to send your address to me there and I would get it ordered for you tonight. So would be there very soon. Alrighty. Well, I will go ahead and get the timer up here. Again, apologies that I'm a little discombobulated here. Let's see. 45 minutes up on the clock. There we go. And you all have your first question. And it'll be really funny too if like nobody wants a copy of the measure. And if that happens, that's fine. But I still want to offer it just in case, because we still got, about 3 weeks until we have our stream. And that will be on my channel this time. So there we go. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 604 in Wizard and Glass. And I'm going to go through really quick to make sure I haven't missed any names. Let's see. All right. Looks like I got everybody. So all of the names on the wheel, it's only 3 people who are asking for a copy of and enter for a chance to win a copy of the measure. That were Jamie, Kirsten, and Mary. So right before we start the next sprints, I will do the spin for that. So before we left, I asked you all the question, what is your go-to length of a book, or what is your average? Heidi, I know you read really long books. Heidi says, Jamie, it's really great. I imagine the MC looked like David Bowie, but I did not see the movie. Magnolia is here. Hi, Magnolia. Magnolia says, hello, Alex and everybody. Congrats on 1,000 subs. Thank you so much. Jamie says, I'll have to add it to my TBR and do a read it, watch it. Awesome. Jamie was added to the measure. Mary was added for a chance to get the measure, and Kirsten. Yes. So those were the 3 that I saw. And Magnolia says, I just watched a movie called For Latas or 4L, and it really loved it. 4.5 stars. I recommend. It is with Jean Reno in it. Now I will get some reading done. A Dutch scary children's book. Well, fun. And you said the author Paul Van Loon is kind of a Dutch R.L. Stein. Oh, that's awesome. You said my go-to length of a book is mostly 300 to 400 pages, but of course I read all kinds of lengths. Yeah, absolutely. And I understand that like everybody's going to read like chunky books sometimes, going to read shorter books sometimes, kind of just wondering for most people like where you fall. And that I would agree that for me, the majority of the books that I read are typically between 300 and 400 pages. Kirsten says, according to Goodreads, 71% of my reads are between 300 and 499. I would say more 300 to 400. Yeah, absolutely. And that makes sense because that's also the average length of a typical novel, right? Unless you're somebody that is reading a lot of like fantasy novels, for example, because fantasy, especially high fantasy, tend to be a lot longer. And Mary says 400 to 500. So you read typically longer books, Mary. That's awesome. Kat says, I generally gravitate towards books between 250 to 300 pages. I average 250 pages according to the Goodreads 2025 stat. And that makes sense, Kat, because I know you read a lot of like middle grade, and you also read some picture books, because I know you also read like longer books. So the picture books would bring down your overall average. So that makes sense. And Heidi says, hey, Kat, a fellow arcade punk. And Eleanor says, so far this year, my average book length is 320 pages. I don't shy away from lengthy books. Some of those have been my all-time favorites. Yeah, I completely agree. Just one off of the top of my head I can think of is Under the Dome by Stephen King. Like, I absolutely loved that book, and it was a well read the entire time, and I did not feel like that book was that long at all when it, like, in the context of that story. Let's see, and Nikki is here, and Nikki says, congratulations on your milestone. Thank you very much. And Bebs is here. Hey, B, how are you? B says, huzzah, 1,000. Thank you so much. It's good to see you. And Kat says, Magnolia, go Team Arcade Punks. We have a few punks here tonight. Yeah, punk it up. And Nikki says, The Handmaid's Tale. So I will let you know, Nikki. So what I just did during that last sprint was get names of people who wanted a chance to win the measure. Later on in the evening, I am going to give an option of anybody who wants a chance to win one of these 5 books. Right. So that'll be later on, though. I'll let everybody know when they'll put their names in for that. So we'll be waiting until towards the end of sprints. And Magnolia says, woohoo, go punks, the winning team, of course. And Pip is here. Hey, Pip. And Pip is doing a dab, doing a little dance. Met the goal. And Kat says, of course. And Heidi says, I love a 350-page book, but usually end up with 900-page chunker like Weave World. Absolutely. I figured your average had to be somewhere around like 800 pages, Heidi. Jamie says, I don't intentionally choose books of a certain page count unless it is for a reading prompt. According to the story graph, my 2025 average was 311 pages, and 57% of my reads between 300 and 499. Awesome. Good stats, too. Thank you for sharing your stats. And Sherry's here. Hey, Sherry. Sherry says, hi, congrats on 1,000 subs. Thank you very much. Here to read and hang. Woohoo. Reading Freak by Jennifer Hillier. Is it Hillier or Hillier? It's probably Hillier. And Angela says, I prefer an average of 400 pages. I love big books, too. Kirsten says, fed the cat and got a load of laundry into the washer. Awesome. And Kathy says, not to toot my own horn, but oh my God, that dinner was delicious. Awesome. I read 2% of The Eye of the World. Well done. Melissa says, I don't really have a go-to length, but the books I read average about 350 pages. Perfect. You said read about 22 pages, got to about 38%. Wonderful. Kat says, I made it to page 659 of 672. Oh my God, you're almost there. In Wizards and Glass, I also ordered a couple of books from Amazon, Cozy Cottage Book Club Selection, and OSA. I also took my dog out to potty. Well, you were busy that sprint. Good job, Kat. Jamie says, I finished my chapter of Monte Cristo really short today and switched to The House in the Cerulean Sea. A 5-star book for me. Made it to 54%. I actually, Jamie, considered putting that in the stack of 5 that I picked, but I had a really hard time. There's so many books that I really love, and I ended up accidentally in the beginning picking like 4 sci-fi books and 1 historical fiction. I was like, I try to switch it up a little bit, but technically, I guess I didn't really, because The Handmaid's Tale still falls under the umbrella of speculative fiction. So yeah, I can't say any more about that. And Kathy says the standard 350 to 400 is my go-to. I feel like I've accomplished something, but it wasn't too long to where I got scared of it, or you might be saying tired of it. Got tired of it. And Magnolia says, you do a giveaway? This is my first one, Magnolia, but it's only, I'm sorry, my friend, it's only for people in the US and Canada, because I got to be able to easily get the book shipped there from the Amazon. He said, oh, okay, I guess that was only for US people. I'm sorry. I don't think we have the ability to send something via Amazon to a lot of countries overseas. I don't know. It's hard to say because Amazon's taken over everything, so maybe. And Heidi says, Alex, I think Under the Dome had a similar feel to The Stand, all the same kind of characters. I would say that The Stand, while a ton was happening all the time and things were always moving 100%, it didn't feel like the constant like foot down on the gas kind of ride that Under the Dome was, because I feel like there were moments in The Stand where you could breathe. In Under the Dome, there was just none of that. It was constant, and I loved it. I mean, that book is like, I don't want to say it's pure anxiety because it isn't necessarily, but it's just, it worked for me in a way that I know that it doesn't work for everybody, but I was really excited when I read it and just thought it was so good. And Melissa says, oops, got to about 42%. Perfect. Magnolia says, read 46 pages. Good job. And Heidi says, oh, good. I will wait for the sci-fi giveaway. Yes. And Sherry says, it didn't read, was helping my son, but my go-to length of book is between 300 to 500 pages. I will go further for fantasy here and there. Perfect. And Kathy says, no, I meant scared. Oh, got you. Okay. Longer books are too intimidating for me, so I get scared and I don't read them. Okay, that is very fair. Sorry, I should not have changed what you meant. I misunderstood. Thank you for clarifying. And Magnolia says, a pity, but I understand. I appreciate that you understand. And Sherry says, I missed the giveaway. When? How? No. So it actually, like, if you put it in right now, you can put your name in for a chance to win a copy of The Measure, which is our book club pick. And we're reading this for the book club meeting happening on my channel on the 23rd of this month. And then later, I know I'll reiterate this for people. So if you hear me say this 52 million times, I'm sorry tonight, but it's my first giveaway. So just like bear with me. Later on in the night, one person. So there's only 2 giveaways. One is for The Measure, and one is going to be one person selected, and you have your choice of one of these 5 books. And that will be Year of Wonder, The Handmaid's Tale, the Vanished Birds, the Carpet Makers, and Recursion. So I wanted to reiterate that because I can see by the numbers that we have like way more people here right now than we did initially when I started streaming. So I just want to clarify that for everyone. This one, like where you can choose one of these 5 for one person, is going to happen right before we do the last sprint. But the one for the measure is the one that I'm going to do right now. So Jamie says, I still haven't read Under the Dome, but currently The Stand is my favorite King. That's awesome. Yeah, Keaton's reading it right now, and he keeps having to take breaks because, like, emotionally, it's just very intense for him, and he's finding it quite stressful. So it's taken him a little bit to read it, but I don't blame him for that because, as you all know, there's a lot to it. And he's reading the uncut version, which was the version that I read. So that was the one that I recommended to him. Had he read the original abridged version of The Stand, he would have finished it already because that's, the page count was where he's at in the book. He would have been done, but that extra 400 pages. Let's see. And Sherry says, I have been wanting to read The Measure. Well, Sherry, I shall enter you now as well. So there you go. And Kathy says, you also want to enter for The Measure. Good, because I forgot to submit. There you go. All right. Perfect. Well, we got everybody in then. So let me share my wheel here. 1 second. Let's see. Sorry. Can I only share one? I can only share one screen at a time. That's fine because I can just swap it around. All right, so we're going to do the Wheel of Names, and I'm going to go ahead and spin it. Kathy, you got it. Congratulations. Kathy, you got added at the very end, but you got it. Good job. So, Kathy, since you won the measure, I want you to go ahead and send an email to me. So alexfrankfiction@gmail.com. And that's also in my channel description. So you can go there too and send me your name and address, and I will get that book sent to you today. I will have that sent to your house. So very nice. That was exciting. Very first one ever. Kat says, this is so exciting. Kat, I know you love a good giveaway, Kat. You do great with your giveaways. And Sherry says, official giveaway entry. And Mary says, congrats to Kathy. Congratulations to Kathy from Kirsten. Kat says, congrats. And Magnolia says, congrats. Jamie also. And Sherry. So that's perfect. Very exciting. Thank you all so much for doing that. And then I will go ahead and get us set up for our second sprint of the evening. And our second sprint is going to have the question, would you rather stay young physically or mentally? Physically or mentally? And Melissa says, congrats to Kathy. And Kat says, you get a book, you get a book, you get a book. Woohoo. Yes. And are you doing the Oprah Winfrey, you get a book and you get a book? That's actually probably what you were doing. That makes sense. Well, perfect. Let me reshare my screen again. I don't know why it wouldn't let you have the option to share like multiple tabs on a screen, because you can just move different ones forward and back. Apparently that's too complicated for StreamYard. God forbid. And Angela says, congrats to Kathy. Heidi says, I love watching the wheel spinning, a little bit of Vegas on the sprint. So true. Kat says, yes, Oprah style. You get a book and you get a book. I think the weirdest one I ever saw of that was the meme that went around years ago of Oprah and the bees. If you have not seen that one, just look up Oprah and the bees, and she's making that face, and it looks like she's just sending bees, like sicking bees on everybody. And so it's a wild time. The internet's a wild place. But perfect. You all have your next question. Got another 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to wish you all happy reading. And Kathy, I'll be looking for your email. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 615. And Kat, I want to let you know that I will be making it to Wizard's Rainbow at page 638. So I'm 23 pages away. So I'll be getting to it tonight. I'll at least get to that chapter. Much excitement. And I think I know why you want me to reach out to you at that point. I know who we're about to meet. And before we left, I asked Will the question, would you rather stay young physically or mentally? And Heidi asked, what does staying young mentally mean? And my meaning for that was you're always going to be sharp, so you have no chance of dementia, which is one of my personal greatest fears, both experiencing from somebody who is a loved one forgetting who I am or forgetting who they are, and then also the deep fear that I one day could like lose myself too. Like that terrifies me. So I fully believe that like aging is a beautiful thing. Like it is a blessing, if that's how you want to describe it, to age, and to get old. Every year lived is a good one. It's like every time I get older, and the older I get, people tease me and they're like, "Aren't you worried about getting older?" It's like, no, I lived another year. That's a thing to be happy about. So I have accepted that my body will age. I really do not want to age mentally. I want to be sharp as a tack until the day that I die. And Kat also said mentally. And Kirsten says, well, if it can only be one, I guess I'd better go with mentally, but I'm trying for both. Blue zone, baby. There you go. Yes, everybody should hope and aim for good health, physically and mentally, for sure. Like that's, if we can have that in our old age, that's also amazing. And Magnolia says, very hard question, but I think I will go for mentally. I want to remember things and people. Yes. And Heidi says, okay, that's easy mentally. That's really everything. You can still enjoy life. A very heavy question. Yeah. I do think that it's a tough question because a lot of people, especially in today's society, like have a huge issue with the idea of aging. Like when I was younger, I was not obsessive about the idea of looking young. Like one of the things that really hurts me for this younger generation is the fact that they're like obsessed about the fact that they want to remain looking young to the point where they're using all these skincare products and what is it called, like drunk elephant or something, when they're like 12 years old. And it's like you were actually a baby, like you're practically a fetus still at that point. And I don't know, I didn't have those worries, and I don't want other people to. Like I want people to accept that we will age. And it's hard because it impacts me, even though that wasn't something that I was worried about. It still impacts me now to be like, well, am I looking old? It's like, no, quit it. I have to tell myself to stop, don't worry about stuff like that. And Jess came by. Hey, Jess, good to see you. She says, hey, Alex, congrats on 1K. Stopping in real quick because I'm about to go grocery shopping and then spend the rest of the day under any blanket I can. It's cold over here. Yeah, it's just starting to warm up over here. It's starting to feel beautiful again. And Jess says, starting the arc for We Burn So Bright when I get back. Awesome. Mary waving to Jess. And I thought that was really sweet. So I thanked her for stopping by. And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Good to see you. And she says, hi, Alex. My youngest turned 18 today. So about to have birthday dinner of tacos and do whatever he would like to. Oh, my God. Your youngest is an adult. Congratulations. You have fledged them into the world. They are ready to go and be their own people. That is very exciting. And she says, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you very much. And Magnolia says, I am going to bed. Have a lovely evening partying on. Oh, I missed her, darn it. I'm sure she's gone by now, but good night, Magnolia. Jamie says, this one's easy to answer mentally. Eleanor says, I'm with Jamie. Stay young mentally. Yeah. And isn't that a great thing, though, that you all have the mentality of like, you're not so vain that you're like, oh, I need to stay looking pretty forever. Like we understand the value of having your wits about you when you're older. Like that is so important. And Christina says, as to the question, how young are we talking here? I like the fact that I think like an adult, but when you pull or sprain something just laying in bed, not so much. That is so true. Very fair. By young mentally, I mean like, you have the fully developed adult brain, past the age of 25 when your synapses are firing the way that they're supposed to. You make rational, good decisions. Your frontal lobe is, developed, that kind of mentally young. And Jamie, yeah, says, "Oh, Barker hugs. Yeah, he stopped by. He was giving me the saddest little look, so I offered up my lap, and he came up here. He just wanted a hug. Happy to oblige. He's such a sweet boy. He's very sensitive. We had to brush his teeth yesterday, and you would have thought that I like spanked him. he was he was so upset." And Melissa says, mentally. Absolutely. And Kathy says, got one chapter read. I'm reading this as a way slower pace than my usual, but also I'm taking notes on the side. Well, that's fair. Annotation does slow things down a lot. And Melissa says, read 26 pages and got to about 47%. Awesome. And Kirsten says, got the laundry in the dryer, stopped by the pet boutique for some cat food, and now picking up a coffee because it's Friday night. So why not? Yeah, why not? Enjoy late night coffee. And Kat says, Barry says hello and congrats. Thank you. Hi, Barry. Enjoy your Chinese. And Carmen says, mentally young. And Christina says, oh, yes, almost forgot. Yay for the 1,000 subs. Woohoo. Thank you so much. And Zach's here. Hey, Zach. Good to see you. And Zach says, hello. Happy Friday. I'm reading Emma by Jane Austen. Oh, perfect. I wonder how much that one is like the movie that they created, because I saw Emma and I have not read it, but I am really interested in reading it. I have a copy. Jamie says, made a late lunch, spicy black bean veggie burger, and a side of pickled beets. Ooh, made it to 60% in my audiobook. Spicy black bean veggie burger. I would be interested in trying that. And Angela says, mentally, because I can give those people heck at the old folks' home when my time comes to go there. My grandpa kept a fly swatter by his side. Some of the clients wandered in to steal his candy. Oh, how dare they! No taking grandpa's sweets. Kirsten says, it seems like the capitalist profit structure was forced out of the whole diet culture thing with kids, so they replaced it with youth skincare culture. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I mean, diet culture is still a really big thing right now. I mean, I can't like walk down the street downtown without seeing an advertisement for like GLP-1s, and people who need them should take them. Like, I'm all for good medicine that has been backed by the FDA. Like, if there's an appropriate way to use something and it helps you, use it, but don't push it on people that it's not for the intended purpose. Like, and I know that it's different now because they mass produce them so much, but in the very beginning, when Ozempic came out and like diabetics couldn't get it because people were taking it to lose weight, I was like, that's crazy. The diabetics need it, but now I think it's so widespread. It's probably not a problem anymore, but that's my 2 cents. Zach says, I'm 100% in the physically camp. Okay. We got one physically. I got asked how many kids I had when I was 17 because I already looked old. My mind is self-improving and adaptable. I trust it to not feel a lot more than my body. Well, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, Zach, when I was, let's see, how old was I? When I was 20 years old. Yeah, when I was 20, I got asked at the grocery store by, he had to have been in his 60s, like a 60-year-old man, if I was in my 30s. And that hurt me. That did hurt me because I was like, I don't look that old. Like, and I look back at pictures of me when I was in college and I'm like, damn, I look so young. How did he think I looked 30? That's on them. I'm going to say that right now, Zach. That is on them. They were wrong. And Kat says, I only read 2 pages. That's okay. I ate dinner, shrimp lo mein, ooh, fried rice, an egg roll, and a crab rangoon. Just a singular crab rangoon. What kind of self-fortitude do you have, Kat, where you can have just one? You are a better woman than I. And Kathy says, I would say physically only because my love language is acts of service, and I feel like I would want to stay fit longer so I could help more people. Well, that's also a lovely reason. All right, we had 2 for the physical camp. I support you. And Kathy says, the older you get, the older you get, the trailer you become, and certain things become too burdensome. The trailer you become? I'm trying to think what you meant by that. Mm, I definitely know that you become, like, more tired, and, I also read something today that said that especially in women, like, every decade you age after the age of 30, if you're not actively doing resistance training, you lose, like, 3 to 5% of your muscle. Like starting at 30. So you lose 3 to 5% at 40, another 3 to 5% at 50, another 3 to 5% at 60 if you don't stay on top of it, which is crazy. And that's why I'm also trying to build those good habits now, especially because I already have an injury that has impacted me. So I like have to stay on top of it for that reason. Otherwise, like later on, it could be so much worse. And Zach says there's nothing conclusive, but there is evidence supporting that the shingles vaccine helps prevent dementia. Yes, I've heard, I think you might have talked about that before. I definitely have heard that before. And I think that that's amazing. That makes me happy. And Christina says, I will say mentally then, but can I stay more young physically too, please? You know what? If we could get both, I would give everybody both, of course. I would wish that for all. You said, I don't mind the wrinkles. They are a roadmap to my life, and my silver hair is sparkly. So good there, too. Just don't like pain. Absolutely. 100%. Especially like arthritis and so like rheumatoid arthritis. I've met people like, their hands, like they can't really use their hands anymore. And that absolutely breaks my heart. So, yeah, I don't, aging can be very cruel in addition to being a blessing, like it's just, I feel like that's life, isn't it? Just like with every good thing, there's an opposite thing that is you kind of wish would be different. But I've been talking with Kat. Kat is very good about always looking at the silver lining in things. She's a very, very positive person, even on days when I'm having a really rough time. And I try to embody that as much as possible. I feel like when I was younger, I was also like way more positive because I was like so blissfully ignorant. And the older that I get and the more that I learn, the less I feel that sense of just overwhelming joy that I had when I was younger. But I still want to be a positive person. And I want to carry that into my old age, even if I am in pain, and all that stuff. And it's hard though, because sometimes things just suck. I mean, when I had a pinched nerve, I wasn't exactly feeling the great joy, right? And Zach says, now I need to crack open a can of beans. Go get your beans. Oh, frailer. Frailer. Of course, that's what you meant. I don't know why that didn't come to my mind, but yes, you do get frailer when you are older. Gotta keep up that muscle density, ladies. And I'm not even kidding about this. One of the things that helps with your leg muscle density is when you climb upstairs, stomp your feet really hard. It puts pressure on your bones and like activates them to put more vitamins and stuff into your bones to make them stronger, and lift as much weight as you can stand without hurting yourself. That also is very important. And Kirsten says, I literally had to create a motto for myself. It's all not so serious. I had to trot that one out a lot. Oh, yeah. It's all not so serious. I like that. That is really nice. I try to remind myself, especially if you ever get like embarrassed about something. I don't know if anybody else has like horrible secondhand embarrassment or like really bad firsthand embarrassment where like you remember things that happened to you like 15 years ago and you're like, why am I remembering that? I try to also remember that like people aren't thinking about me nearly as much as I'm thinking about me because I'm trapped in my own head, right? Or like that I was actually talking about this with Keaton last night, that like for every negative thing that I see a positive person out there who's trying to make a difference to fix it. And that's a beautiful thing. Like the world is full of a lot of really great people who are trying to do great things. And I am immensely appreciative to those people because they actively contribute to my life. They could be all halfway across the world. Doesn't matter. Like their positivity and their good works, I feel like impact me as well and impact the people around them. You all certainly have made a positive impact in my life, and that's just not me being sappy. It's true. I feel better off having you all in my life than when I didn't have you in my life. So I'm happy to be here with you all. And my very next question for you all is going to be, oh, hang on. Sorry, I set that one up incorrectly. Dang it. I was rushing. There we go. Do you manage a budget? And if so, how closely? I do think it's interesting to see which people are very like tight and obsessive about their money and which people are more just like kind of open to it and kind of track it in a different way or like the way in which you track it. I obviously don't tell me anything about like your personal finances. Like you don't need to tell me like what you spend or what you make. That's not what I'm asking. It's just whether you keep a budget, how closely you stick to it, that kind of thing. And Kirsten says, "Oh, I have plenty of firsthand embarrassment. That's the one time that the thought, well, I'll be dead soon." I have felt that, Kirsten, so many freaking times. I swear every single day I have at least a few times where I think back to something I haven't thought about in a minute and I'm like, "Oh God, why did I do that? Why did I say that?" And Kat says, "Yep, I've learned to embrace life and live it to the fullest to find joy wherever I can, even in the midst of sorrow or turmoil. I had a rough year and a half once and still found pockets of joy." Yes, yes, you absolutely did. And Kat says, "You can feel your feelings, but don't drown in them." Yes, that is very true. Didn't mean to turn it into my personal soapbox. Sorry, everybody. It's been an interesting day. But I will go ahead and put our next 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to dive back into Wizard and Glass. And I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. And I will see you in a little bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 627. So, very excited. I'm nearing the end of this chapter. It's a really good chapter. Heidi, I don't know if you're still hanging out here, but I think Kat and I both agree that Wizard and Glass so far has bar none been the best of all of the books that we've read for the Dark Tower. By all, I mean 4. So yeah, it makes me a little nervous about what's to come after this. If this story is so good, what's the 5th book going to be like? But yeah, before we left, I asked you all the question, do you manage a budget? And if so, how closely? Zach says, the most savage thing anyone ever said was when I was at the movies with my brother and his girlfriend in high school. I saw my friend at the movies and he thought I was with my brother and our mom. Oh no. That right there is like a worst nightmare for me, is going out to eat with Keaton, because Keaton has such like a sweet, young looking, like, I call him a baby face, but he has like just such a young looking face. That's my worst fear, is going out somewhere and somebody thinking I'm his mom. Oh my God, no. And Kat says, I don't currently have a budget, but I want one. It's on my 26 for 2026 list. Very nice. And Zach says, my brother was 11 years older than me, and he assumed we were closer in age, and his girlfriend was the older one. Oh, I got you. And Kirsten says, budgeting. I got super into Dave Ramsey for a while, but I couldn't stand some of his mean politics and got myself kicked out of the Facebook page. Oh no. Absolutely loved that free every dollar app of his, though. Well, you know what? If you got kicked out of his Facebook group, I bet it was for a good reason. And Kat says, Barry and I will be watching Big Trouble in Little China tonight. That was one of the early date night movies that Keaton and I watched together. That's a fun time. Wild ride. Kurt Russell is not, in fact, the main character, even though he totally seems like he should be. It's the next movie on my old school April Alphabet Adventures film challenge. It's been eons since I saw it last. Oh, okay, so you've seen it before. Well, cool. Zach says, I manage my budget extremely tightly, but with wiggle room. I don't worry about every penny, but the boundaries that are there are titanium carbide. Yes, I pretty much live by that as well, Zach. Like, I have it down to every dollar of what each part of my expenses should be. But like, for example, if one month I'm able to save more money and the next month I spend like a little bit more on something fun, I view that as being okay, because I am also an aggressive saver. Like, I think that that's important, because you never know what could happen. Perfect example is I found out that my insurance doesn't actually cover my physical therapy that I've been going to since December. So you can imagine the bills that are awaiting me for that. And, had I not saved money, I mean, like, it was scared me initially when I found out about it, but I thought, and I was like, you know what, it's going to be okay. And it will be, as long as I'm responsible. So doing my best with that. And Zach says, one of my main philosophies is, if it only works under optimal conditions, it doesn't work at all. That is so fair. I apply that to things like physical machine parts, money management, and personal relationships. I think that's a really great motto, Zach. Honestly, really great. You said, it's good to handle things with care, but not much good if it can't handle a rough patch. So true. Especially extended rough patches, because let's be real, when we hit a rough patch, we typically hit multiple or for a duration. At least that happens for me. Some people say it always comes in threes. I don't know about threes necessarily, but things tend to stack. And Jamie says, I have a budget with a breakdown of monthly bills and their due dates. I review it every payday and stick pretty closely to it. Awesome. Heidi says, no budget and just wing it. I've been lucky and keep my credit card hidden from the hubby. And Angela says, I do manage a budget, but never deny myself a few treats, such as a good book or a good meal. Well, what is life if you can't enjoy a little treat? I think that is important as well, to give yourself a little something, right? And Kat says, I finished Wizard and Glass. Great job. Woo-hoo. I'm going to take a guess. that you gave it 5 stars. And I have a reasonable good assumption too to know that since that's how you were feeling about it recently. And Heidi says, Kat, super. Did you love it as much as me? I bet she did. And Eleanor says, Alex, thank you for the fun afternoon. Have a nice weekend, everyone. Well, I'm sure Eleanor's gone by now. I'm sorry that I missed her, but I hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. And Carmen says, congrats, Kat. And Kat says, thanks, Carmen. And Kat says, I loved it, Heidi. Jamie says, yay, Kat. And Kirsten says, stopped by my bank ATM, enjoyed the warm weather with a nice walk along the Hudson to enjoy the evening New York City skyline. Thank goodness for spring, and got my laundry out of the dryer. Oh, good. I'm glad that you enjoyed the weather. So important to get out there and embrace nature. Jamie says, this was an errand sprint for me. Had to pick my library holds and currently in the drive-through at the pharmacy. Kat, one of the holds I picked up is a bear called Paddington. Oh, good. And Heidi says, yes, so glad you both should stop now or make a pact to DNF the rest of the series if needed. You know that we won't, but we'll probably come back to you and be like, man, I miss Wizard and Glass. Wolves of the Kala is just a retelling of the Seven Samurai, and the last 2 books are a hot mess. Oh, Kat says, nope, I want to read until the end of the series. Yeah, we're gonna give it our fair shot. You know, I feel that that's important to do, even if for no other reason, because then you can look back and go, God, what a mess that was, right? I genuinely believe, Kat, that we will finish the Dark Tower this year. I'm determined this year, because next year has to be my Wheel of Time starting year. And Melissa says, got only 25 pages read during that last sprint, got to the 52% mark. Wonderful. And now we are going to be heading into the second to last sprint of the evening, which means that after this sprint, so before the final sprint, I want to do the next giveaway. So during this sprint, you can put your name in. I got to think about how to just put your name dash raffle. That's fine. Your name dash raffle if you want to be entered for a chance to win one of these books. Keep in mind, I'm not giving away one of each of these. It's just going to be one person gets to choose one of these 5 books, which are 5 of my favorites, and I want one of you to be able to read the one of your choice. So I think it'll be really fun. And again, those are Year of Wonders by Geraldine Brooks, The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood, The Vanished Birds by Simon Jimenez, The Carpet Makers by Andreas Eschbach, and Recursion by Blake Crouch. You have to be located in the US or Canada. Okay, because that's the only way that I will be able to send one of these to you easily. So those are the stipulations. And so, yeah, just put your name and raffle so I can enter you into the wheel, and we will do the spin for that after this next 45-minute sprint. And Kat says, congratulations on 1,000 subs. Thank you, Rob. Rob, good to see you. And you came in right in time for the drawing if you end up wanting to try to win one of these books. And Heidi says, Rob is in the house. That's right. And perfect. As you all put your names in, I will go and add them in the wheel after we start the sprint. And Kat says, hello to Rob. Well, perfect. Thank you all. I'm really excited to do the wheel. This is really fun. Doing a giveaway is a good time. Really enjoy it. Alrighty. Got to put up our next question, which is going to be, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Can be interesting only to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I like learning new things, even if I have no idea what you're talking about, because that's just the kind of person that I am. Let's see. And Rob saying hello to Kat and to Heidi. And I got my next 45 minutes up on the clock. Barker just got let outside because I hear his little barks at the world. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what's something you learned over the last week that was interesting? My fun fact is an asteroid fact, and I learned that the mass of all of the asteroids in our solar system collectively put together is only 3% of our moon. Because I think it's really fun the way in Hollywood that we convey the asteroid belt to be all like these really tight, like massive rocks that if you tried to fly through them, it would be this really difficult terrain. When in reality, the rocks are much smaller and they're way, way further apart. So there's huge gaps that you can just fly right through. So that's my fun one. So let's see what you all had to say. Rob says, Heidi, Oryx and Crate collecting digital dust on my Kindle. Now, that one is a really good one, Rob. I gave that 5 stars as well. It's fantastic. Heidi says, Rob, I got about 50% and installed out, but I will pick it up again. See, I got you down, Kirsten. And oh, sorry, I should have gone back. Should have gone back here. So, Melissa, I got you. Carmen, I got you. Zach, yes. Angela, yes. Rob, yes. Jamie, yes. And then Kirsten. Yeah, so I believe you were the only ones who entered the raffle. And then Jamie says, I recently learned that California is the second state behind Washington to ban octopus farming because they're so smart. Good. And Heidi says that Tubi free app for streaming movies has almost every movie ever made, but alas, there are commercials. I plugged in the most obscure movie from 1983 and they have it, Space Hunters. That's crazy. I didn't know that Tubi had real movies. I thought their whole thing was that they made like short form content. That's cool. Kirsten says, Heidi, that's good info. I didn't know that. And Angela says, apples provide longer lasting energy than coffee, and egg yolks contain almost every essential vitamin. Still like that quick boost from caffeine, though. Yeah, eggs are a superfood, and I love them. I also really love apples, but you can't eat too many of them, or it makes your stomach upset. And Heidi says, Kirsten, try plugging in the most obscure movie or TV miniseries to see if they have it. Heidi says, Angela, so funny. I gave up coffee in November and now eat an apple a day. Best thing I ever did. No one told me to eat an apple either, just did. Yeah, we have a whole bag of apples in the house right now, and I eat them pretty regularly. As a matter of fact, I might eat one during the next sprint. And Zach says, something I learned this week is that the Artemis 2 mission is carrying a piece of fabric from the 1903 Wright brothers machine that was the first to achieve powered flight. Is it for a reason or just for sentimentality? Or I guess I should ask what the purpose of the Artemis 2 is. Is it some type of capsule of like human accomplishments, or, is it supposed to carry people? I don't know anything about it. And you said another thing I learned is gladiators used plant ash as an extremely calcium dense dietary supplement for bone strength. I learned that you can take eggshells and you can bake them, and that makes them easier to grind up, and that creates a calcium supplement as well because the eggshells are just like basically pure calcium. They also could be used for cleaning as an exfoliant. You can put it in like paste and stuff, which is pretty cool. Kirsten says, learning that Tubi has a huge catalog is my new thing, and I learned it's right here on these sprints. So good job, Heidi. And Kirsten says, got my laundry folded and put away. Great job. We did 3 loads of laundry today. Well, technically 2 in the wash and 1 was the towels and socks that just desperately needed to be folded, but all that got done today. Melissa says, got about 28 pages read and to about the 58% in The Storm Sister. Very good. And Angela says, Heidi, I had to give up caffeine and apples both 6 weeks ago. GI doc is tough. No, I'm sorry. Rob says, bees have 5 eyes, communicate via a waggle dance, can navigate using the Earth's magnetic field. Yeah, bees are pretty sick. And the waggle dance is a particularly fun one because they do it in order to communicate where flowers are. So there's something in the way that they move where they're kind of like communicating the trajectory of the sun and locations to tell the other bees where to go. And they're extremely successful at it. How wild is that? And Chris says, I wish I had the patience to watch movies on Tubi, but I can't take all the commercials. There are so many. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that either. I'm kind of surprised that there's not some sort of, or I bet you there is. Is there a Tubi subscription that gets rid of the commercials if you pay like a certain amount a month, just like a streaming service? And Jamie says, back from errands, I made it to 63% in the house on the Cerulean Sea. Yay! You're in the good stuff now, Jamie. And now it's time for the spinning of the wheel. I won't hold you all in suspense any longer. All right. Now let me unshare and reshare because it makes me do that for some reason. Do do do. Do do do. Hope you all enjoy these serenading noises. All right. So, Melissa, Carmen, Zach, Angela, Rob, Heidi, Jamie, and Kirsten. We're going to see who the winner is. And again, you have your choice of Recursion, The Carpet Makers, The Vanished Birds, The Handmaid's Tale, and Year of Wonders. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh, it was almost Heidi, but Jamie got it. Congratulations, Jamie. Awesome. Way to go. I don't know why when I clicked on that, it reset and moved everybody's names around. Oh, that's because it removes the last person who won. Oh, that's interesting. So you can like keep spinning it if you have more than one. That's good to know. I'll keep that in mind for the future. All right. Good job, Jamie. So let me know, Jamie, which book it is that you would like. And be sure to send me an email over at my email address, alexfrankfiction@gmail.com. I need your name, your address, and your phone number. And if you have a preference as to whether it's paperback or hardback, I will probably default to paperback if that doesn't bother you, or whichever one is going to be like the least expensive copy. Sometimes the hardbacks are less expensive than the paperbacks. So as long as you don't have a preference. Let's see. And Zach says Artemis 2 is on the way to the moon right now. It has the first woman, the first Canadian, and the first Black person to be sent to the moon. They're only orbiting and mapping landing sites for Artemis 3. Oh, cool. That's got to be really fun. And Chris says, good luck, everyone. Yes. And Angela says, I follow a YouTube channel that keeps a lot of octopuses. It's called JB Today. Very interesting. Rob says, the fix is in. Kirsten says, congratulations. Carmen, congratulations. Melissa, congratulations to Jamie. Rob, congratulations. Heidi, congratulations. And Angela, congratulations. So yes, I will be looking out for your email, Jamie. And if you want to let everybody know which one you chose as well so that they can know, I'm just interested. I want to know which of those books was most intriguing to you, like which one you're most dying to read. And then I will get everybody set up for the last sprint of the evening, which of course is going to be what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. And I also am going to change the timer to do our 30 minutes. Very happy to say that I made it to the place where Kat has been wanting me to get to, and things are about to ramp up really intensely. So I'm at chapter 5, Wizard's Rainbow, at page 638, which means that I probably am going to read my hiking book. I haven't read my hiking book in like a week. So I want to read at least like one hike in there, and then I will be able to go back to Wizard and Glass if I can mentally do it tonight, because it's so much right now, but it's so good. I'm really enjoying it. All right, I have reshared. There we go. And Kat is also asking, congratulations, Jamie, what did you pick? Jamie might have wouldn't it be funny if she won and she had to step away? She's going to come back and find out that she won. That would be great. All right, everyone. I am going to wish you all very happy reading and think about your answer to the question, and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I didn't get a lot of reading done, and funny enough, I said all that about the trails, and then I just went back into wizarding class. I didn't read that many pages, but I still made a little bit of progress, and I guess this book is just captivating me. So I'm ending tonight on page 642. And Jamie, I got your order placed as well, so it's all good. First book, The Measure, will arrive on Sunday, and The Vanished Birds will arrive on Monday. Much excitement. All right, before we left, I asked you all the questions. What is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And also, I didn't miss Melissa. I saw her before she left. She says, thanks for the sprints. I'll be going for dinner. See you all next week. And Jamie had asked, Alex, aside from Handmaid's Tale, which one would you recommend for someone who likes darker stories, preferably horror or sci-fi? My immediate response was The Vanished Birds. It's beautiful and so dark. And that's the one that she went with. So I'm very excited. I really hope that you end up enjoying it, Jamie. Keaton and I both gave it 5 stars. Keaton has very, very similar taste in books to me. So if you feel that you have similar taste in books for things that we've read at this, what am I trying to say? That we have both read, there we go, that's easy. Then you'll probably end up really enjoying it. And then Kirsten says, I'm proud that I actually got a book read in time for a book club meeting. Woohoo! Between being a big mood reader and being terrible with deadlines, I'm usually a disaster with book clubs, but I made one. Great job. Super happy for you. And Kat says, my accomplishment this week was completing my Vincent van Gogh Conqueror Challenge. That's awesome. I did one Conqueror Challenge. For those of you who haven't done one before, it's this program, it's this app that you do online, and you do pay for whatever challenge you decide to do, but they give you like this solid metal badge that you can wear, and it's like as if you ran a marathon, and they have different ones for all different lengths in terms of mileage. I ended up doing the Vietnam coast, which was for 100 miles, and I did this one last year, and it actually was really cool. Obviously I'm not sponsored by them, so like, don't go and pay for something just on account that I said that something was cool. But one of the things that I did enjoy about it, if you're somebody that really needs motivation to exercise, or like something to kind of keep you accountable, I think that this was a really good way to do it, with like a little prize at the end. And they also give you something during the challenge, which is cool, which is that they put different landmarks. So like for the Vietnam one, it was down the Vietnam coast, and they picked different cities that they would tell you the history, or like a particular activity that the region was known for, and I think that that's really cool if you want to learn the history of some place that you're interested in. So Kat, that's awesome that you did the Vincent van Gogh one. I'm guessing that one probably had details or facts about his life, or maybe his artwork. I'm not sure, but great job. Also, how many miles was that? How long was that one? Rob says, proud of heavy duty spring cleaning around the apartment, tossing a lot of stuff. Well, very good. I would also like to share my proud of. You guys are going to be super excited to hear this. As of Thursday, I have been officially discharged from physical therapy. I did it. I made it. I had a strength assessment. I was told that I have made a lot of progress, and she felt that I was comfortable not having to come back weekly anymore. So I am done. I'm going to keep up on all of my exercises, just to stay healthy, but I'm just so excited to, I don't know. It's kind of like bittersweet, because I really loved my physical therapist. Like, she is such a cool person, and I felt like we vibed really well, and like in real life that we could have been friends if we would have met, kind of thing. But it's just like, it was a moment in my life that I really needed some help. She did a really great job, and I actually got her like a little bundt cake in her favorite flavor. I asked her like long ago secretly. I was like, "So, what's your favorite cake flavor?" She completely forgot about it because I asked so long ago, but I held on to that information. So I got her a little chocolate bundt cake. And yeah, so I I was just so relieved on Thursday when I got that good news that even though work just came and like slapped me upside the head because there was a water main break at my building, it didn't even really bother me all that much. I was just kind of riding high on that happy little cloud. And I do feel really good right now. And I hope that that will continue on for at least a while. And Kelly is here. Hi, Kelly. Kelly says, I finally got officially diagnosed with ADHD at age 51. That's what I'm proud of. Now, maybe I can work better with this brain of mine. Well, I think that's wonderful because you're not going to be working against yourself anymore. And hopefully, you'll give yourself a little bit of grace for the things that you're dealing with. And now you know maybe what limitations you have or what things you need to work around. And I think that that's fantastic to know yourself a little bit better. Tech says, I started making plans for my friend's 40th birthday in about 2 and 2/3 months. I take any gift suggestions. She's a bookish married mother of three. For context, my idea is a custom engraved, nice jewelry box. I think that's lovely. And also, not to shill for a video that I did, Zach, but a couple of years ago, I made a list of like Christmas gifts to get book lovers of like custom things that you could have made that could be fun. So if you want to go check that out, feel free. It might give you at least some ideas, even if you don't get anything on that specific list. But if she's really into jewelry, a custom engraved jewelry box is a lovely idea. You said, I also want to give Alex a TBR token to make me read one of those books, any one of her choosing, which I then was like, hey, do you have a tone in mind? And because I'll take you up on that. And I didn't see a message that came through after that, so it might be in the chat. Jamie says, my accomplishment for the week is also spring cleaning related. I've started the cleaning decluttering process in my bedroom, shredded unnecessary documents, and started a box of recyclable electronics. Wonderful job. That's great. And Sherry says, made it to 40% in Freak. And one thing I accomplished this week is cleaning out my inbox. Sometimes a gargantuan task if you have let yours go as long as mine and it has entirely too much stuff in it. So great job. Kirsten says, used my Panera Sip Club to grab a sparkling water and then swung by Whole Foods to see which expiring vegan goodies were 50% off today. Got a vegan croissant and a vegan blueberry scone. So nice out. Well, good. That sounds like a great time. I didn't know that Whole Foods would offer like certain items 50% off as they were going to expire, but I guess that makes sense. It'd be like any other grocery store. I know that the one that I go to does that for like fruits and stuff. Jamie says, thank you so much. You are most welcome. You said, yes, Alex, I feel like our book club readings seem to align, so I trust you. Looking forward to reading it. Well, that makes me so happy. And you said, awesome, Alex. Great job. Thank you so much. And Chris says, congratulations once again on the 1,000. It's wonderful when good things happen to deserving people. Well, that means a lot for me to hear because I don't really view myself in that regard in terms of like feeling that I deserve subscribers or that I deserve like a certain amount of accolades for anything I do. I do this because being with you all, it brings me joy and it makes me happy. And I just want to make you all happy too and spread a little bit of light and goodness in your lives, regardless of whatever a number says. But it means a lot to me that number means a lot to you guys, honestly. Like, that I told Keaton like that's really the thing is like you guys wanted that so much more for me than I even wanted for myself. And I think that that's really cool. And Kelly says, woo, Alex, well done. Thank you. Kristen says, yay, good job with the healing. Thank you. Yeah, I've been working hard, guys. I hiked over 5 miles on Monday and I've been getting on my treadmill and I've been lifting my weights. So I'm just going to keep on keeping on. And that doesn't mean I won't have a bad week, but the key is to focus on when I have a good week. And right now I'm having a really good week. And Kat says it was 56.1 miles and it had biographical information as well as images of his paintings. That's cool, Kat. Good job. Rob says, great news. Thank you. And Zach says, woohoo, no more physical therapy. Yes, which also means hopefully they'll start figuring out my stupid billing situation because they've not been billing my insurance correctly. So nobody's sent me a bill yet for my physical therapy, which again, I started in December. So you can imagine how nervous I'm feeling right now because it's like I feel like when they finally figure it out, everything's just going to hit at once and then like thousands of dollars are just going to be out of my pocket. So, because it will be thousands of dollars. And Angela says, I worked on my book journal. Woo, that's great. All caught up. Thanks for the sprints. You're very welcome. Achieved my goal of reading 50 pages. So did I. I also read 50 pages. Have a good week ahead. You as well. Congratulations on graduating from physical therapy. We need a bell to ring. Yeah, that's true. Thank you so much. Zach says, sorry, I don't watch chat much during sprint. You're totally fine. You could pick any one of them. I left it open-ended on purpose. That's hard because honestly, of all of these, because you already read The Carpet Makers, so that's why I'm not counting that one, because I have to look at the other four. Have you really not read The Handmaid's Tale, Zach? I kind of feel like that would be right up your alley if you haven't read that. So if you haven't read The Handmaid's Tale, that would be my recommendation. If you have read The Handmaid's Tale, I'm going to offer you the same recommendation as I did to Jamie because I want like everybody to read this. But The Handmaid's Tale for me is one of those that's like it's just like required reading at this point. It's amazing because Margaret Atwood did such a great job with this book. I think I've talked about this before, and she's talked about it in interviews how people would tell her after she wrote this, like, I can't believe that you made up all of these horrible things. Like, what a terrible imagination you have. And she responded with, I didn't make any of it up. And she didn't. All the information that's in here, all of the details were taken from different parts of history. And yes, they were collected into one society in this one situation, but it's all happened. And I never watched the show, so I guess I should also say if you've watched the show, then you're gonna have probably a lot of huge understanding of what happens in this book, even if they are different. But if you were like me and get to go into it completely unaware, this book kind of blew my mind a little bit. And Rob says, what does your shirt say? Thank you for sprints. It says dogs, books, and coffee. I love this shirt. This is like one of the shirts I get people commenting on the most when I wear it. And I love the fit and I love the color. And I wish it did say, though, dogs, books, and tea. That's my only complaint. But the only one that said tea was the cats, books, and tea. And I do love cats, but I have a dog. So I felt like this one was more appropriate. Zach says, also, yes, I will check out that video. I need Christmas ideas too. There you go. And he said, I haven't read The Handmaid's Tale and I bought The Carpet Makers, but haven't read it yet. Oh, shoot. So you bought it, but haven't read it yet. Okay. Well, since you already own The Carpet Makers, I'm not going to encourage you to spend more money. So I would say go ahead and read that one. But definitely at some point in the future, check out The Handmaid's Tale. Maybe The Vanished Birds if you want to. Carmen says, thanks for sprints, Alex. And once again, congrats. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming. Kelly says, except the ending of The Handmaid's Tale, it drove me crazy, but the rest of it was pretty remarkable. I like the ending, but it was one of those endings where I feel like you had to kind of interpret it the way that you wanted. And I can understand that driving you crazy. I really can. And Jamie says, I made it to 65% in Cerulean Sea. They are on their way to the mainland. Oh, I'm so excited for you. And Kat says, I've never read The Handmaid's Tale. It was never required in high school or college. I haven't read anything by Atwood. Oryx and Crake is fantastic, and The Handmaid's Tale is fantastic. I have not read anything else of her works, but those two sold me on believing that she is a very good author. Zach says, maybe I'll do a triple token to read all three. You don't have to, but I would be interested to hear your thoughts on each one. If you ended up wanting to do that and you want to report back on like what your ratings were for each one, I mean, that would be really cool. Just keep in mind for me that all of them were 5s. So, you might have one that's like a 3, one that's a 4, maybe one that's a 5. My hope is that, like, if you read all 3, one of them would be a 5. And, Rob's putting, "Oh, yeah, cats, books, and tea." Zach says, "I can get A Handmaid's Tale and Vanished Birds from the library, no spending required." That's true! So true. Should totally do that. I read The Spear Cuts Through Water, also by Simon Jimenez from the library. That cover of that book is very beautiful, but if I had to pick one of the two, The Vanished Birds is definitely better. And Angela says, "The Handmaid's Tale is wild." It really is. I own a copy of the sequel, The Testaments, that came out years later, and I bought it on a whim just because I knew it was related. But honestly, I've been so scared to read it because of how much I loved the first book that I'm afraid that this sequel, having been written so long afterward, would ruin it. So kind of have to figure out how I feel. Jamie says, "Thanks for sprints. Congrats again on 1,000. Thank you. And completing PT. Thank you so much. What a week. Yeah, it really has been." And Kat says, "Thanks for sprints, Alex. Cheers to you again on 1K and completing physical therapy. Thank you. Well deserved. Have a wonderful week, everyone. And you as well." And with that all, I'm going to bid you adieu, and I shall see you next week. Bye.